All right, I think the audio's working. Video should be working. I just got to kind of get set up here. Vince Vegas, welcome, buddy. Just trying to kind of get situated. Make sure things are working. Dylan, thank you, buddy. Welcome to you as well. And I think the audio is working, the video is working. I got to change the quality a little bit. It's a little blurry for you guys. Make sure you change the quality to 720. But I'm hoping not to have this issue again. All right, so my 45.20 got executed. And I'm just seeing that now. What do we get to? 45.25. So I'm half out with a $2 profit. Woohoo! Making some bank today. Audio test, 1, 2, 3. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Checking the audio. If you guys can hear me, let me know. All right, I think it's working because I can hear myself. Just working on the screen share, try to present it to everyone. Thank you, Milaz. It's just a screen share, but that should be working on it too. Should. That's always a magic word. Dylan, welcome back. All right. You guys can hear me and I can hear myself. It's perfect. So huge comeback. Like I said before, I don't know if you guys caught that, under 43.50 dip, but to catch it at 43.50 and to sell at 45, you buy 100, it's 150 bucks in just a couple hours. So I did get out. I put that limit to sell at least 100 at 45.20 because that was the previous high. It hit 45.25. I don't think you guys can hear me now. Okay. All right, so dipping a little bit, but at least I have some capital. Broke even, well, $2 gain. That's not much. But I am going to be looking to get into this again with the half that I have if it dips further. Now, right before I left, I went ahead and put in a sell order for the rest at 46, just in case it hit it while I wasn't in front of a computer. It's going to have a hard time, though, to be honest with you, hitting that 46 unless we can get some sort of momentum. People's hitting that, slapping that market buy order. And it doesn't look like I missed much. I missed basically just having it trend up. And I'm glad it trended up. I'm glad it hit 45.20. And right before I left, I thought about putting the whole order in at 45.20. But I was like, let me just sell half, and then I'll buy back on a dip, and then sell at 45 again. So at least, when I buy back in, I'm hoping to lower my cost average to at least 44 is what I'm hoping. So when it hits 45, then I would make basically 100 bucks. And then wash, rinse, and repeat the process again. So 45 is a strong resistance, very strong resistance. It's having a hard time completely breaking out. Yeah, it broke 45, but hitting 45.20, 45.25 is not a breakout to me, because considering it's being pushed right back down. So there are sellers that are selling, and they're selling once it hits 45. So it could be a market order. Well, more likely it's a market order to have it executed right away. But I like the fact that we have people stacking up to sell above the $45. So, if you're looking at the order book right now, above 45.19, there are a good amount of ether to be sold. So we can get a nice push, possibly. as long as buyer stack up. Audio check, 1, 2, 3. Audio check. Martin, welcome. You probably can't hear me though. Audio check, 1, 2, 3. All right, perfect. It's good. Martin, welcome, buddy. First time I'm seeing that name. It's great to see new names. It's also great to see repeat names. So a lot of people that have been with me since day one. Audio's on. You can hear me. Perfect. All right, so we're still at that $45 level. It's holding. We're not getting a dip at this moment, but we're also not getting a breakout above it. Did anybody catch, no one responded back, but did anybody catch the 45.30 dip? I'm sorry, 43.30, or it dipped to 43.38, but if you caught it, it's probably going to be 43.50, 43.75 possibly. I don't know if Bill's still on here, but margin trading is allowed now on GDAX. And I saw that right before I went to pick up my daughter. I hit refresh on the screen and it popped up. I have mine to off. I don't think I'll be margin trading at this moment. But I'm going to take a look and see what my margin is. And, if we get a nice dip, and I'm talking about a nice dip, not to 43, like if we get a dip to 30, I might be using margin. Now, don't do what I do, please. Do not do what I do. Margin trading is the most dangerous thing you will ever do. Vince, what are you trading on? Polo or GDAX? Now I'm just watching this like a hawk. Milaz, you mentioned that margin trading was allowed. Yeah, I just saw it pop up on my screen, which I didn't think they allowed it. Now they just need us to be able to short, which I don't recommend anybody short unless you're really familiar with how that works and know how to cut your loss. I'm going to sell the rest at 45.25 if it gets to it. And then I would basically be, I mean, it's $4.50, but that's breaking even, really, just so I can get out of that trade my daughter put me in. And then I'll be ready to come back with a vengeance. Now, if that didn't happen, if my daughter didn't get me in that trade, I would have been in at 43.50, and I would have gotten out at $5 for $450 profit. Vince buying Monero. I don't know what the price is off the top of my head. I'm going to say under 23. I would get in at 23. Under 20 is good. If you can get it at like 18.50, that's perfect. If it gets to that level, let me know. That's a trade I would make. I'd probably sell the Steam. And Steam, I don't even know what it's doing. If anybody knows what Steam is doing, let me know until I actually load Polo, and then I can look at Steam and other currencies as well too. All right, 45.05. Let's see if she gets to 45.25. She'll get me out with a little bit. Vince, complete order filled on what? On Monero? Because you just said you were going to buy it. Steam 19 cents. All right. Thank you, Milaz. Now 20 cents. That's actually or 20 cents is I think what I bought it at. I bought it at 20,000 Satoshis. It's on an upswing. That's nice. I did put a high sell order in right below its high, 24-hour high, under 33,000. Steam 1870, 18,700. Okay. Yeah, it dipped to like 15 something after I bought it. A couple hours, actually 6-7 hours afterwards, and I was like, "You got to be kidding me!" I'm like, all I wanted was just say a 4,000 Satoshi bump, and I was looking to get out at 4,000 Satoshi bump. At 24,000, I would have gotten out. And I actually put 1 BTC on it, so I have a little over 5,000 Steam. But welcome to anyone that wasn't on this earlier before I had to go pick up my daughter. And don't be shy. Say what's up. Introduce yourself. Also, guys, let me know where you're from. It's great to find out that there's people from all over the world. 45.05. I'm still selling at 45.25. I just want to get out and then recompose, wait for a better entry. Now she could, crack 45.25 and get up to 46, which is what I had the order before, but I don't want to risk it because considering she's just tapping it and then coming back down, tapping it, coming down to like 44.75. It's only a matter of time before she actually dips to that 43.50. No one's looking to buy. Spread is 18 cents. So no one wants to buy at 45.04 because that's the ask price when the actual price is 45.05. So it might not get to my sell order at 45.25, but it just takes a little bump like she did earlier. And I basically got out at the wick part, just a little below the wick, because that top of the wick is 45.25. Vince, I have not analyzed Monero. I did a video on it. I did a video on Monero, ZCASH, Dash. Those should be on YouTube. And that was just basically, information about it. It wasn't really analyzing the chart. But if that's a trade that I'm in, yeah, I'm definitely going to analyze it. I'm going to look at it very close. And if it gets that level, I don't know if you told me what the price is, but if it gets at 1850, yes, I will definitely take a position. As long as I get out of Steam. I got to get out of Steam first and then use that, a little over 1 BTC to use it for Monero. Vince, you spotted a triangle on what? On Monero? Ethereum? Because I haven't really looked at the chart, considering I'm watching this like a hawk just to get out and then find a good entry. It's high now. What's the price of Monero? I guess Logan didn't hop back on. Still 45.09. I just need a little bump. There's basically, seller at the current price, but then a buyer at 45.01, a spread of 8 cents. Unless somebody comes in and just hits the market buy order, it doesn't look like it's going to push up. And if it does push to that 45.25, it'll be a little bit of a push, and then it'll come dipping back down. But then I'm completely out, and I got the full balance that I want to trade with. So my daughter only left me with $225 to trade with, and I was like, what is that going to get me? I think if it drops to 40, it'd get me like a little over 5, a little over 5 Ether. And that's really not enough to make a profit. All right, so somebody's selling below the actual price. They're selling at 45.04, and that's what it's going to drop to. That always happens. Somebody comes in, sells below the actual price, and it'll dip to that. So that's very important to kind of pay attention, because some people will actually want to get out right away. I mean, they might have stuff to do. They might be leaving their computer. But they don't want to be stuck in this trade. So let's just say hypothetically that the price is 45.25. They might actually even sell it at 45, and then you'll see that price drop down to 45. So it's basically, I'm going to say off the top of my head, Henrich, $22.92 is the price of Monero. Take a look at the USDT pair and see what that is. Now this could easily pop up above the 45.25. It could do it. It could hit 45, 35, 45, 45, 45 easily. But that's not a risk that I'm willing to take. I'd rather get out even, wait for the nice dip. So last night I would have got in at $42 as the entry that I would have been looking at getting into, and it did dip to 42. And then that would have been a nice, $3 per coin profit on 300 coins. That's $900. So those are the days I look for. So today it's just been managing that risk of a high entry that my daughter put in. I think she's the only 4-year-old I know that's ever placed a trade. I don't know any other young kids that have ever bought, their first cryptocurrency. I don't think I would allow her to sit here So she placed a buy order, but I don't think I would trust her to put a sell order. She would have been like, "Oh, Daddy, I sold that 41 for you," and I'd be like, "What? That's $800." 24.19. I know at this moment screen share is not working. So just all right. Let's see how the audio is. Wow, is ZCASH really 75 bucks? It was just at 66 early this morning, I think. All right, Dylan, thank you so much. I am live as far as I know. I should be. So I mean, Ethereum's still holding well. 45.05 at Coinbase. 45.25 is my exit plan, and then wait for the dip to the 43.50 range. If it gets to the 43.50, I'll analyze some of the stuff and try to come up with a conclusion as to what it's going to do, whether it's going to dip a little further. 42, there's going to be very strong support because that's what it dropped to earlier. So if I don't like what I see at the 43.50 level, I'm going to wait to 42.25. I won't wait to 42 just in case it doesn't hit it. It's happened to me on Saturday where I lost out on $7,000. So I don't want to say 42, and then it hits 42.20 or 42.25. But yeah, Monero, I can only look at in USD Kraken, and Kraken has it at 23.84. But I will definitely take a look at Polo and see what they're offering it at their platform. Zcash is still. I mean, there's a lot of currencies that are up today. Nothing is down a lot. It's not up like the way it was. When we had the crazy surge. But it's looking good. Vince, your question. Monero 2419. I'll log on to Polo real quick. You put one BTC on it. Hopefully that's not everything you had. Considering you're new to this live stream, I always tell the people that are on here, never go all in. Don't do as I do, because I'm able to see the chart, read everything, analyze so many different things, and put it all together. Whereas if you're new to this, you might not be able to get an overall picture of what it's going to do, and put one BTC on it. That's a lot. All right, I'm going to open up Polo. Okay, Vince, that's awesome. because you never know. I mean, she could dip back to just under 20 and be stuck in that range for a little bit. So let's just say hypothetically she dips to 20, which I'm hoping in your situation it does not dip to 20 at all. Then you want to add more. So you always want to have capital left over to be able to add more to lower your cost average. That's the best way of trading. Let me log in Polo, and I know I need my two-factor authentication. Vince, nice, man. I like the fact that you play poker. I've played it a couple times. I'm just not good at it. I'm good at this. So maybe we'll trade off. Teach me poker. I'll teach you how to trade cryptocurrency, or at least show you the ins and outs, some of the tricks, some of the things that I use, how to read charts, how to put a lot of information together. $24 for Monero, which is very nice, very nice. You know, it went from like 1250 to 17 to 18 to 2350, and then came back down to 1850. And I was kind of waiting for possibly the $16, $15 range because I thought it was kind of on a downward trend. But it definitely had support and got picked up. But yeah, 24 is pretty good. That is very good. Let me take a look at a couple other ones. I think I hit 110. I do have a little bit of ZCASH. But I think, you know, ZCASH, I don't have much. It's not much at all. But I think if it gets, you know, high, then I'll sell and then kind of wait for the dip. That's as long as the transfer went through. But it was a donation from Kyle Post. I'm surprised he's not on here. He donated like 0.21. And I figure I would sell it when it gets high, and then I'll use that to buy back in into ZCASH and just keep it in ZCASH. See what I can do with that, you know, 12, 13 bucks. All right, let's get back to Monero. I'm sorry, Ethereum. Holding 45, 45.10. Why am I not logged in? My computer is lagging for me to log in here. All right, good. My order's still there, 45.25. Okay, let's see some of the questions. What's the name of the comparison chart that I'm using in the background? Milaz, this is Crypto Watch, but their website is, I'll type it in the chat, it's cryptowatt.ch. 'Cause, 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 'c And I did a video on this, a very nice tutorial about how it works. And I think it's a great charting system. But they don't list everything. They don't list every cryptocurrency that's on an exchange. They kind of list, I think, the most popular ones. But I can hit this arrow and I can look at just about, I don't know, maybe 9 or 10 different exchanges that have Bitcoin. So they have Gemini. So anybody that's using Gemini, you can look at the chart for Gemini for Bitcoin only, not for Ethereum. And you can kind of see the price difference. Coinbase is 1047.85. Gemini is 1049. So if you want to transfer Bitcoin from one exchange to another exchange because it's selling higher and you have an account there, but you got to remember the lag time too in the transfer. But for Ethereum, I've done that. I bought Ethereum on Gemini. Coinbase or GDAX was selling higher. I think it was like 50 cents, 70 cents higher. Made the transfer, took 15 minutes, got the coins there, and I was able to sell at a higher price than what Gemini was offering. So you can do that, but if something gets stuck in limbo and your transfer doesn't go through, then that could go against you. So always keep that in the back of your head. But yeah, it's a great charting system. Monero, Vince, let me see. But I can only look at Kraken in the sense of the chart. They're really good on Crypto Watch. No problem, Milaz. Yeah, I mean, there's so many different. It's great. This 15-minute chart is horrible for Kraken. This is not a type of trade I would be looking into. I mean, look at this. There's no full movement, full candles, unless there's an issue with the charting system for Kraken when they pair it with USD. There we go. 1 hour chart's better than a 15-minute chart. So there's no volume. That's a problem. So if you're looking at Crypto Watch, it'll tell you the volume on that specific exchange. But that on the 1 hour chart, 1850. Once it breaks that, then yeah, that's a great entry. Let's see. So volume on Kraken is about 710,000. On Poloniex, it's 1.5 million. So there's a lot more liquidity that's happening on Poloniex than there's on Kraken. So you're able to basically get in and out at a faster rate than you are on Kraken. But Poloniex is always going to have more volatility, more volume. Logan, I'm sorry you didn't get the alert. I didn't know if you read my message. I was like, I'm going to go pick up my daughter. But let's get back to Monero. I'm sorry, Ether, because that's what I'm currently in. So Logan, I did get out at half of my position, and then waiting to get out of the other half, and then waiting for another dip. But there doesn't seem to be much movement at this current time. This $400 Ether seller at 45.08 is kind of keeping it down. So I was able to get out at the half. So the previous high was $45.20, and I just put it to exactly $45.20. So when it dipped down to about 44.60, 44.59, I was able to hit that before it dipped to the 44.59. It hit that 45.25, and it got me out at 45.20 because on this, before it actually broke down, where there was a lot of consolidation, the high was 45.20. So I put it 5 cents over because I knew we were going to get a little bit of a wick. Remember I talked about that candle wick? And it was only 5 cents, so it come right back down, and that's what it did from the previous high. So it hit the 45.25 and then came back down to the 45.59. So right now, though, I'm not going to try to play the wick. I'm just going to play the actual previous high of 45.25 and then wait, because the dip is going to happen. You know, this is the trend that I told you guys about, where it'll trend within a certain price point throughout the whole day. And the other day was between $30 and $40, and those are the bounds that I was trying to play for $7,000 that my entry just never got filled. So today, you know, let me take a look at. Let me draw out some lines because they got erased. So we got the 17th here. We won't even look at the 17th. So currently at the moment, it's playing within the ranges of, you know, I mean, it's over 40, but it's playing within the range of about 40 to 45, and that's the sideways movement it seems that we're getting. So if you're buying here, don't expect it to go to 50. It's probably not going to go to 50. I wouldn't buy at this level, to be honest with you. I would wait for a dip, you know, between 42 and 43.50, because I got to 42.38. If you can get in at 43.50 for a little bit, and if it dips down further, add a little more to that position. That's really the safest way of playing this today, because it's not going to hit 50. And if it does, it'll get, you know, maybe to 46, 47, and it'll come dipping right back down. It's not going to, I don't think it's going to touch 50 unless there is just crazy volume that comes in out of nowhere. Awesome, Logan. I'm glad you saw that message. You're out in the sense of leaving the live stream, or you're out from your position. And if you're out from a position, you know, let us know what your entry and exit was. So I'm still waiting for that 45.25, but you know, I did exit out from half of the position, so then I would add to the position if it gets to the 43.50 range. Your first loss, it happens to the best of us. Let me see, 79p. Pride hurt, but lesson learned. Don't panic. Yes, do not panic. I could have easily panicked, but you know, the more that you're on this live stream, you know, the more that you're learning, the more that you're absorbing, the more that, you know, you're able to read the chart. You know, you're not going to panic, because I could have easily panicked and sold at 42, you know, with a $3 loss, but I didn't panic. So it happens, dude. You know, don't let it get to you. Don't let it discourage you. It happens to everybody. Nobody wins all their trades. Danny Baker. I like the new picture. Everything's going well. You know, just kind of waiting to exit out of this position, or waiting for it to dip, and then I would add to the position. Milaz, I like that recommendation. You know, we'll start a collection. Yes. You know, this is, like Logan said, this is a family. You know, it's the community that we're building. And when somebody's in trouble, as a community, as a family, you know, we'll get a collection as long as you're not reckless. You know, be smart with your trades. Don't be reckless. Because if you're reckless, then it's going to happen again and again and again. You want to be smart. All right, let's see. Let's see if I can find a good entry. This is not a good entry for me. I wouldn't enter at this price. So we do have a spread of 20 cents. You know, no one wants to buy it at this price at all, unless there's market buy orders that come in. That's what happened for market buy order. That's not a bid price. But we do have okay, so let's keep an eye out on this 1,000 Ether seller, or buyer, I'm sorry, buyer. And see how fast that gets absorbed. If that gets absorbed very fast, more than likely, and I've been correct on this before, more than likely, we're going to get a dip. But if it sits there, then nobody wants to sell to that person, which indicate that there's going to be an upward momentum. It's not always 100%, but I've seen it more often than none. So let's see if people stack up above him too. That's always something to kind of take a look at. Danny Baker, a lot of people sold their BTC at this weekend. I didn't pay attention to BTC as much as I wanted to, but I know it was at like 1090 when I made the video and posted it. So, I mean, not much of a drop. I think it's what, maybe 1034 now? I haven't really looked at it. But we got to really pay attention to that 1,000 Ether, and that's what I look for. I look for, you know, 1,000 Ether seller, 1,000 Ether buyer. See if they take it off, add it on, take it off, add it on. So I will be watching him like a hawk. I don't think he's going to take it off, to be honest with you, because it's so close to the execution price. But if he was down low, let's just say at, you know, 44.25, then I would watch to see if he takes it off, adds it on. But you know, at 44.65 that he's willing to pay for it, he or she, or it could be a group. So I'm not certain yet until I actually see it come off and then go on. Then I can determine whether it's one person or if it's multiple people. Now, if 200 or 300 come off that 1,000, you know, the whole 1,000 is not a single buyer. And also, if you guys are using GDAX, you know, you can tell where your order is in comparison to the order book. So the 100 Ether that I'm looking to sell, you know, on the right-hand side, it says my size by the order book, and it shows a 100 Ether I'm looking to sell. So there's another 170 Ether that's added on to the 100 Ether that I'm looking to sell, but I don't know if I'm first in or if they were first in, because it's always first in, first out, last in, last out. That's the way the trades are executed. So let's just say hypothetically, you know, there was like 2,000 Ethers at that same price point. I might change mine to 45.24 because there aren't too many Ether sellers at that price point. You know, or if I see nobody at 45.24, I'm going to change it real quick so that I'm first in and I'm going to be first out. That's very important to know, you know, when there's a big wall. Because people, you know, let's just say that's 2,000 Ether, people are going to be adding on and on, you know, to the penny underneath it. So you want to be the first person to get that order in if you're looking to get out. Cam Go, welcome, buddy. Thank you for coming back. Hey, and you know, for the viewers that are on here, you know, if you haven't subscribed yet, please click on that subscribe button as you're watching this video. YouTube should notify you whenever I post a video or I'm doing a live stream. They should, but I know sometimes there's a lag. So if you're looking at the depth chart, I'm going to enlarge this a little bit. So if you're not able, so like the 1,000 buyer at 44.65, looking at the depth chart, we have a steep incline right at that 44.65. So that's kind of a good way to gauge, okay, you know what, without you really looking and scrolling down and looking at the numbers, or, it only lists 50 of the top sellers, 50 of the top buyers. By using the depth chart, you can kind of have a better idea of where all the buyers or where all the sellers are stacked up. And so you can try to kind of get your order in. You're not going to be first in, but you can try to get your order in so that you have a better chance of having it executed. Thank you, Logan. I appreciate you, telling them not to forget to like the video. Yeah, the more likes it gets, the better chance of other people being able to see this. And the more people that we have join a community, the better it's going to be. The more information that we can share with each other, the more knowledge that we're going to have. It's all about having that knowledge. Still stuck at 44.90. And there's really nobody keeping it down. There is not a big seller that's keeping this down from 525. 45.50, for 865 Ether. So I'd have to pay attention to see if more Ether gets added onto that to bring that total up to over 1,000. But my exit plan, and I'm going to stick to the plan, is 45.25, and I'm not going to, deviate from that because I want to get a better entry than the previous entry. Oh, Danny, yeah, you have to rewind this and watch it. Yeah, I'm smiling about it now. But when it dropped to 42 and I was looking to buy, I wasn't smiling then because I was like, how did this happen? What happened here? But, we all learn from our mistakes and try not to let it happen again. Actually, no, Danny, yeah, it won't be on this. It'll be on part 1, which it's not listed on part 1, but I had to shut down the video to go pick up my daughter, and then so it should be uploaded on YouTube, but definitely watch it. I'll have to label it as part 2 after this live stream's over. But I'm still not worried about my 100 Ether to sell at 45.25, even if it dips, because I want to add more. Like, I would love to add more to this. So either way, it's going to be a win-win. If it hits 45.25 and I exit, or if it dips and I add more and it gets back up to the 45, it'll lower my cost average. And then I'll be out with a very nice profit that I'll be happy with for the day. But the day's not over. That's the thing about crypto. Yeah, Danny Baker at the high. At the high. Well, the high was like 45.64. Excuse me. But it was 45 price execution. That would have been great. I would have been happy. I would have been high-fiving her. But margin trading, I just saw it is available. And I saw that when I hit refresh on my on GDAX. It was never there before. And they kind of changed the layout a little bit. So the left-hand side, you know, the deposit, the withdrawal, hyperlinks are a little different. But the margin trading, mine's set to off. I just need to do some research on it. I don't know what interest they're charging. It's probably going to be high interest. If it's somewhere in the range of 7.5%, yeah, it's not bad. But when you're margin trading, make sure, you know, don't margin trade and hold it for too long, because you're paying interest. It's going to eat away at the profit. And if you lose money, then you got to pay what you lost and the interest. And they will liquidate your account, you know, if it drops below a certain percentage. I don't know what that percentage is yet because I haven't researched it. Bill's not here, I don't think, for him to say what he was using and, you know, at what percentage loss do they actually liquidate your account. So you guys got to be very careful, you know, especially starting out trading, trading on leverage, you know, trading on margin, shorting, very dangerous. But, you know, while Ether is still going on and, you know, there aren't too many questions going, I did mention in the beginning that I was going to tell you a story about a trader. Now, if Ether starts going down, I'll stop telling the story and I'll be looking to find a good entry. But to be honest with you right now, you know, I might just actually put a limit order in just in case it dips to that price point. It doesn't dip, that's all right. I can always adjust it. But we'll do, I think the low was 42. So I'm just going to set it to 42 for right now. And I'm going to buy the max amount that I have with it because I'm really looking to lower that cost average. All right, so it's in the book. Hopefully it's first in. It'll be first out if it gets to that price, and that's a big if. But late at night, if there's anybody new that's joining this, late at night I always try to put in a very low ball offer to buy, and that's what happened when it dipped to 35. From I think it was like 48. It was at 48, went up to 57. I had an order for 40 and dipped to 35, and it was executed. 4201, Milaz? You think so? I think you're right. Oh, no, don't cancel that order. Okay, I just canceled my 45.25 to sell accidentally. That's all right, though. Thanks for reminding me my golden rule. Always go a penny above what I say. Now we're going to do 4202, Milaz. I'm going to buy the max amount. 42. Oh no. Okay, let me erase that. 4202 is the order. It tells me I have insufficient funds. That's not correct. All right. I don't know why I said I had insufficient funds when it was put in for the exact amount. Yeah, fooled me twice, right? Yeah, Saturday I got fooled twice, and it wasn't good. But I brushed it off. I'm ready for a new day. I was really looking for that 7K. It actually kind of rhymed a little bit. All right, so Shorting stocks, or actually shorting cryptocurrency. The story was basically there was a short trader, and that's all he did was short, and that's okay. I mean, that's what he that's his trading style. You know, he was just he shorted companies. There's all different types of styles of trading, and if you watch my one video that talks about how to be an efficient trader, I do cover the three types of traders, and you always want to master one type of trading style and stick to that. And as time goes on, once you master one type of trading style, then you can kind of move on to other styles, so that you are actually very versed in all types of trading styles, and you can trade all different ways. So he was a short seller. For some of you that don't know, when you're short selling, you're buying high, you're selling low, you're competing against the company really to fail. Of any coin you bought, sure the audio was working, because if I don't hear myself talk, and no one heard any of that seconds, but I consider it router. I had that connect. Audio test, audio test. It's only good for a second or two, but if I continuously hear myself talking without any type of interruptions, then I know it's good. But let's just make sure everything's good before I tell you guys the story. And that's why you want to be very careful about shorting. or even margin trading, leverage trading. It's good now. All right. But the video's not there. But so I'll kind of start over, but I'll talk really fast because I'm not sure what you guys heard. But there was a trader that was shorting. And there's a couple of different styles of trading, and that's in one of the videos that I have. So definitely, look it up. But he was a short trader betting against a company to fail, or betting that, the cryptocurrency, the price is going to drop. So that's what you're basically betting on, that the price is going to drop or it's going to fail. And in his situation, he wanted the company to fail. So he shorted it, but he didn't short it at the right time, or didn't. I mean, he shorted at the right time. Actually, I'll be honest with you. He did a good job. He did his homework. It just unexpected happened, and it can happen to anybody. So there was a company called Calibio Pharmaceuticals, and it was like under $2. Now, I would never short anything that's under $2. It doesn't make sense. I mean, if it goes down to $1.50, you made a 50-cent profit times however many shares you bought. So the price was dropping. I think he shorted at like a $1.95. Price dropped a little more because the company actually stated, we're going out of business, we're shutting down the doors, and they're going bankrupt. So who wouldn't short it at that point? I didn't short it, but there were a lot of short sellers that stacked up betting against the company, and the company was failing. So they realized, well, you know what? I'll short it at $1.75, $1.80, and I'll ride it down to a penny. And then they would cover. They would basically make, a dollar, whatever, $1.76, because they bought it at $1.77. The next day, a large investor, a whale, comes in and starts slowly but surely buying shares, but not notifying anybody. And the volume starts increasing and increasing and increasing, but nothing was announced at all. So, he was in front of his computer, but, the whale that was there was buying enough, but he wasn't buying a lot to draw some sort of an alarm. Because you can see, how many are being bought, how many are being sold. So he didn't want to draw that alarm. He locked his computer. He went to his meeting because I guess he was trading from work. And all of a sudden, he starts buying more and buying more and buying more. And then the news breaks out. So this company goes from 97 cents to $3, $5, $10, $13, $25, $30. And he's still at this meeting. So he gets a message from one of his friends, said, "Hey, are you okay?" And he's like, "What do you mean I'm okay?" Like, his friend knew that he was shorting this company to fail. He's like, "What do you mean am I okay?" He's like, Kelly, he's like, Calibio Pharmaceuticals is got a large investor. Like, did you cover your short? And he ran to his computer, looked at it, his $30,000 account, plus 30,000. So, I mean, he had $30,000 in his account, was negative $175,000. He was calling his broker, and of course, it was after hours, and this happened. So after 4 p.m., the market is closed. So this is happening after hours. And they tried to get him out, and they were able to get him out, I think, at $23. So he ended up being down 145,000, 146,000 overall, from 175,000. He didn't know what to do, and he was like, how can you let this happen? You guys should have covered me. And, the brokers looked at him and said, basically, it's your responsibility. You need to manage your trades. Like, we're not here to manage your trade for you. Like, you should have managed it. You should have covered. You should not have walked away from a short position. When you're short selling, you never want to really, especially if you're a day trader, you're day trading. You're shorting in the beginning or in the afternoon. You're covering before the market closes. Never short overnight, because you don't know what type of news is going to come out. The news could come out at 8, 9 o'clock at night, and it would cause it to increase and go up at the opening price. The opening price, it would gap up. So he created a GoFundMe account, and you can probably search it, guys. Calibio Pharmaceutical, KALIOS. Just say trader shorts and loses 145,000, and you'll read the story. I'll try to research it later on. But he started a GoFundMe account, basically asking for money. And it's like, you know, and he was basically screwing over the ones that are in a longer position on that company. You know, people that invested when that company was, you know, $10, $15, $20, and they rode the wave all the way down. You know, he was betting against them. And I mean, he was really sticking it to them by shorting this company. So as a long-term investor and not a person that shorts, I was like, he's got the audacity to ask for donations when he was trying to screw over long-term investors. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. I mean, he got some money. I think he raised like $5,000. But those are mainly, you know, the short sellers that donated to him because they felt bad for him. But nobody that's a long-term investor donated. He got actually so much backlash from it. You know, the comments on that GoFundMe account was just through the roof. And from what I saw in the comment, and I don't know if it's just somebody pretending to be him, but the guy that started buying up all these shares of the company to take it over, his name came up on one of the comments, and he donated $5 and says, you know, what does your wife think about this? So I don't know if it was him or somebody posing to be him, donated $5 and said, what does your wife think about this? So shorting is a dangerous game. Dangerous, dangerous game, guys. I don't recommend it. You know, be happy with your gains. You know, build that account slowly but surely. But he wanted to see this company fail. You know, he shorted $1.70, $1.80, whatever it was. He wanted to go down to a penny. So basically, it's greed. That's what got him. He got greedy because he wanted this company to go to a penny. But it was the craziest thing ever. So he got $5,000, and because he got so much backlash, he shut it down. But I mean, it was a sob story that he wrote. You know, I'm losing my wife. I'm gonna have to liquidate my 401k. I'm gonna lose my house. You know, like a sob story. And I'm like, dude, you played with fire. You played with fire, and you got burned. And that's happened to a lot of people. You just don't hear about it. But he just happened to set up a GoFundMe account, and everybody in the trading world was able to read this. I mean, it was all over the chats. You know, every chat room you went to, there were people just nonstop talking about it. But let me see what you guys are saying, because I was looking at the candlestick when I was telling the story. Screen is out. Yes. I think the audio was very good in that whole story. I heard everything that I was saying, but I know the was out. You know, it's either one thing works and the other doesn't. Not. It's vice versa. Didn't they short the property bubble? Yes, the big short, Danny. You know, I haven't watched that movie. I've not watched it yet, to be honest with you. But yeah, that's what caused a financial, well, I shouldn't say that's exactly what caused a financial crash, but yeah, they knew that subprime loans was a disaster, and banks were giving out subprime loans left and right to people that couldn't afford these loans. And somebody somehow, some way got this information, insider information, decided to short, and yeah, housing market bubble, financial market crash. But I definitely need to watch that movie. Yeah, it's called The Big Short. Milad, you never liked meetings. Yeah, you know, when I traded at work, you know, if I had an appointment and dealing with a client, I make sure that I was not in any positions at all, because you just never know. You know, you want to make sure that you're in front of a computer to really manage that risk, especially when you're in it with a very sizable position. I mean, he was in it with $30,000. Dude, you're going all in. You know, because this company said we're shutting down operations and we're going bankrupt. Like, he got greedy, and like I said, greed will kill you. Not physically kill you, but it'll kill your capital, and it'll put you in a hole. So going from, you know, positive 30,000 in his account to negative, at the end, about negative 140, 145,000. The screen should be good now. At least that's what I see. Rockefeller died today. Let me see, because I do have CNN on. Unfortunately, I usually have CNBC on, but I haven't changed the channel yet. Let me see if I can put on CNBC. I wish I had Bloomberg. Yeah, Rockefeller dying. Yeah, that's big news. But yeah, they're not talking about it. But yeah, let me see if I could find that guy's name, because you can probably then just search for his name and you'd be able to find that story. Let's see, Google it. Yeah, so if you guys are thinking about shorting, think about the story. All right, 44.33. Still looking for that 42.02. And then if it does get that 42.02, my average cost, because that's really a difference of $3 from when it was bought to when I'm adding on to the position, is a difference of $3. So since I'm buying a little more than the position I had, let's just say I bought 100 too, then that would cut it in half, so it'd be $1.50. So my average cost would be $43.50, but my average cost is going to be cheaper than that because I'm buying 112 ether, a little under 113 ether. So my average cost might be somewhere in the range of 43.10, something to that extent. And I would probably be looking at selling at 45.10, somewhere in that range. So then it would give me a little bit of a profit. All right, so if you guys, if the audio is good, if you just search short seller loses 145K from shorting KBIO, that was a ticker symbol. KBIO was Keller Bio Pharmaceuticals. First story on Market Watch, and that was on November 20th, 2015. And it basically says the headline, when you're long, the worst you can lose is everything. Actually, no. When you're short, yeah, that's definitely wrong. It's just little clips of it. But shorting, you can lose everything. When you're long, you can only lose what you put in. Let's see some of these comments. Logan's Run, 6 heart transplants he had, I believe. Woo! He had the money for it, of course. I mean, he wanted to live forever. I'm surprised they didn't clone him and say that he's living forever. But I'm from Africa, and in Africa, I mean, people live to like 112, 120, 125 was the oldest, and really he was in good health. Like, I mean, he didn't do a lot of things that he wanted to do, but, you know, his mind was sharp. You know, he can walk around. But yeah, sometimes, yeah, they can live forever. And if you have the money, I guess it all depends, you know. I mean, if you live, you know, if you live a good life, you know, you don't really damage your body, you can live a good life. All right, so what is this chart doing? What is it doing? I don't know if you guys have been looking at any buy orders. I haven't, because I've been jibber-jabbing, telling you guys a story. Touched 44, it looks like. So out at the 45, yeah, probably. But that's all right. So nice dip, that'll be great. But I need to take a look at this chart and everything else to tell me, you know what, 42 is not a good entry price. You better be looking at 40. See, nice flash green, and then it touches the bottom again of that specific candlestick. So people are buying it, but sellers are also dropping it at the same time. So as you can see, you know, the candle drops and then goes up, drops, goes up, because it's dropping below its opening price. Right now, it's above its opening price. So the bottom of the full body, the bottom part of the full body, the actual hammer-looking thing, is the opening price of it. Now, this isn't a full hammer like I talked about in, you know, the video, because the candle is not complete, and it's not at the bottom of a crazy downtrend. So we want to see a complete downtrend, a hammer. I don't like this plus, so I do not want to see it closing at this plus. If it closes at this plus, I'm canceling my order, because we can get a dip to 41.50. Okay. All right, so let me give you guys a commentary what's going on here. Spread 3 cents. Low. Previous low 43.38. Previous low to that, on looking at the 15-minute chart, and that was early, 12 a.m., midnight, 41 bucks. So we got to take a look at a couple resistance points. 42.23. If she breaks 42.23, let me look at the other one. So if she breaks 43.29 and breaks 42.66, she's going to get close to that $41 level. But it has to break those resistance. I'm sorry, it has to break those support. So if it breaks those supports, it's going to keep breaking other supports until she gets to the main support, because those are soft support. They're not that hard support that I talked about in the previous video. So then, you know, we know where the soft support is. We know where the hard support is. Now it's a matter of looking at the depth chart and looking at the orders and looking for big buyers, big sellers, and checking to see that, you know, the big buyers, is their order being executed rapidly, or is it sitting in the books? The faster it's absorbed, the faster the candlestick is going to drop. So you got to sit there and kind of analyze those. We already got the soft resistance, hard resistance. Depth chart looks like possibly 43.60, 40. Now moved up to 43.70 is a good support line, but it might not be a good support. It might break through that support where the buyers are sitting. And that's what I mean by the support. The buyers are sitting. But the actual support of the candlestick where it came down and started going back up, 43.38, 42.66, and then 41. Because you can see this candlestick at 41, as soon as it touched it, it came right up. And it touched 41 twice. It wasn't just one time that it touched it. It touched it twice and bounced right up. And I'm sorry I'm not looking at the chat because I'm really paid attention to this candlestick and other things to determine if that 42.02 is a good entry. 125 for me, I'm going to go up 25 cents over what that hard support is. Where are my large orders? Nothing large. Nothing that would draw an alarm and say, whoa, there's a big seller there. Buyers, 43.50, 700 Ether. You know, it's close to that 1,000 I like to see. Let's see if she breaks 43.38. But somebody could be sitting on the sideline, hitting market order, market buy, or hitting market sell to drive it. We don't know. So if she does dip, she's easily going to break the 43.38. So she's easily going to break it if she dips. That's a fact. So 42.66 is a level I got to watch. 42.66, and if it breaks that, you know, she could hit 41.25, and then start bouncing up to the $45 level from there, because it's playing the range. You know, we talked about the range. It's playing the range of 40 to 50. It's not going to hit 40 on the dot. I'm sorry, 40 to 45. It's not going to hit 40 on the dot, but it's going to play somewhere within that range. And that's all she's been doing today. So if I buy at 41.50, I'm selling at 45. Because, I mean, as we can see, you know, just on this 15-minute chart, not looking at the overall, I mean, this is a double, you know, hitting 41, hitting 45, what is this? 45.20, and then 45.25 when I got out. So let's just say it hits, again, 45.20. This is not a true indicator of a head and shoulder. But if you hear anybody talking about a head and shoulder, the 45.25 would be the head, 5.20 would be a shoulder, and then if it gets up to 45.20 again, shoulder. So that's kind of called a head and shoulder pattern, which you have the head, the middle is higher, the shoulders kind of meet side by side, close to each other. It's not always going to be the same. If that's the case, we could see a downturn from there. But buyers are stepping in, you know, I mean, that candlestick, but it's not towards the bottom. That full body is not towards the bottom at all. So I wouldn't buy it at this level, to be honest with you. I mean, if you're looking to buy and you're waiting on the sideline, be patient, you know, be patient. You know, anything in the 43 range, but you're looking to scalp it, you know, just kind of quick in and out, you know, make $1.25 per coin. And you have a good sizable position, anywhere in the range of 43.50 to 43. Get a nice bounce to 44.40, 44.50 possibly. But since I'm looking for the whole pie, I'm not looking for a slice of the pie. I think I mentioned that before. I want the whole pie. I'm going to wait for a better entry for me to get in. Because the last thing I want to is for me to be like, oh, I'm just going to scalp it for $1, and I buy at 43.25, and I'm looking to sell $1 up from there or $1.50 up, and my computer freezes, then I'm screwed. I can't get out. I can't sell, and then it starts downtrending. I'm hoping you guys didn't break up on us. Let me know if you can. Kyle Post, what is up, buddy? Let me look at your ZCASH real quick. Clear, perfect. All right, let's see what this candle does. ZCASH 7650. Kyle, I like that. I like that. Dude, that's made some significant gains. Very significant. I would just like to see Dash take a dump, like a real dump. It's come crashing like 40%. But with Roger Ver in play, I don't think it will. And that's why when alt started dumping, it maintained its level. I mean, BTC pairs, 0.09973. I mean, it's been way over 0.1 a while back, so I don't think she's dumping. So if you guys are looking to get into Dash, which I am too, you definitely want to pay attention to Roger Ver and what he might hint. But to be honest with you, I mean, he bought Dash 9 months ago. So 9 months ago, what was the price of that? When I did a video that's on YouTube, that was a month ago I did the video, and it was $15. So he's bought Dash when it was dirt cheap. But if he was smart, he would slowly but surely start cutting his position a little bit, locking a huge profit, wait for a nice little entry point, buy back some more, and basically double, triple, quadruple the amount of coins he had in the past. Let's take a look at Poloniex for that then. I'll take a look at Golem. But I am concerned about Ethereum because I want to get in. I definitely want to take a position. But I want to see if that position of 42 is going to be good, or should I lower to 41.25? But let's take a look at Golem. Golem's at 51%. Steam, I think she's helping me out a little bit. I bought at 20,000. I'm sorry, yes, 20,000. And she did come down. I think she came down to about 15,000, 16,000. I was like, you got to be kidding me. But she's making them come back. Golem up 54%. Who's that? Jose? I wanted to know. I just don't like their charting system. You got 5,000 Satoshis on Golem. Let's see. What was your entry price? Hopefully you entered right up here in the consolidation. Like 32.4, 32.5 would have been a good entry. Yes, I am going to stay in Steam. I got 5,000 Steam. I'm looking for that pop to about 32.5. It popped up to 33 very quick, and I saw it, and I was like, "Whoa, why didn't I get in?" And Kyle likes to talk about Steam and Potcoin and ZCASH. So he was right about Steam, and he was also right about ZCASH. Kyle, I'll give that to you, buddy, and I'll give credit where credit is due. You definitely mentioned ZCASH and Steam a lot, and I just kind of in one ear out the other. With Potcoin, though, it's in one ear out the other. I will not be looking at that, to be honest with you. But you're right about Steam and ZCASH. Let's see. Your entry on Golem was 250. Dude, that's a great entry. That is a great entry. You found it at a good price. Okay. So that was right around the 17th. You found it. And you didn't panic and sell. You know, when it hit, what did it hit? It hit 3,770. Oh, you remember? Yeah, I do remember now, Jose. You were waiting for 4,500. You had the plan of action, and you were up, 100% at that time. Man, it's pretty high up from 2 weeks. I can't even look at the 1 month chart because Golem is new. I think it was just listed on Poloniex. 0.02 is a 1 month high. The 2 week high, 5,040, or I'm sorry, 5,050. The low of 1,000. So the way I would play this, I mean, it's not going to get to 0.02, and I don't know if this is a long-term hold that you're looking for, or if you're looking to take some capital. I don't know. So you got to let me know. Vince, yeah, I can definitely take a look at that. Let me just look at this for Jose. Yeah, I think last time I looked, it was like 2380, close to 24. But Jose, is this where you want to lock in profit? That's a nice candlestick, though, on the 2-day chart. Let's see. And I'm looking at the half-hour chart or half-hour candlestick price movement. Because really, I mean, if this is a long-term investment, you got to look at, you can't look at the 5-minute, or even the 15 minutes. I would look at like the 24 hours because that's going to really tell you the overall trend, or even a 4-hour candle. Let's look at a 1-day candle. So looking at the 4-hour candlestick, I mean, it's all green. It's there. If we go, so she's at its high now. You bought at 20. You bought at 250,000. You're up 100% right now. Whew. I gotta look at the buy and sell. Where are the buyers and the sellers stacked up? But I got to switch back to Ether for a second. I need to see what's going on. Okay, so it's down from its 5,000, which have been. I mean, it's still on an uptrend. It's completely on an uptrend. The wicks aren't too bad, especially on the third candle from the end. That's a full candle, no wick at all. But you really got to look at where the sellers are stacked up. And I hate Polo's system. It's not as user-friendly and easy to look at. Let's see. I don't even know what their 151,000. Sorry, these are buyers. See, when you're looking at the depth chart on Polo, it doesn't move. It just stays there completely. But it's pretty flat line unless it's somebody sitting there and they don't have their order in the book. But it doesn't look like many people want to sell. But you got to be very comfortable, you know, with your profit and be happy with it, even if it goes up. $4,910, $4,925. On this type of chart, it's very hard to tell because you don't have the history of where there's a strong resistance, considering it's just very newly issued on Poloniex. It looks like 5,000. There's a, you know, people have been selling at that $5,000 level. Well, $5,000. I'm sorry, 5,000 Satoshi level. 5,050. But that was only for 3,779. Yeah, Jose. I'm going to be honest with you. I can't give you a good answer because I can't see where the resistance is. There's no resistance for me to look at. But anytime you have a 100% bagger, dude, be happy with it. You know, because right now it looks like, yeah, it hit 5,050 and 5,040. Now it's got a, you know, a candle that opened up below. It's the previous candle's closing price. But these are nice candles, though. They really are. And I gotta dip down to the chat real quick and see what you guys are saying. You know, personally, me, I can't tell you what to do, but I would be happy with, you know, at 5,000. I would personally be excited. I'd be happy. I'd pat myself on the back. Yes, it could go up, and yes, it could go down. And then you're like, oh, why didn't I lock in those profits? But without really having a true graph, you know, where it's had previous highs and it's had previous lows, it's hard for me to say where the resistance is. I can tell you where the support is, that's for sure, but I can't tell you where the resistance is. And that's probably the most important thing when you're looking to get out. But the depth chart would kind of give me a better idea, but it doesn't because it doesn't move. But the only thing I can kind of look at to gauge it is just, you know, where people are selling. Where are the majority sellers sitting at? And right now, you know, we have 309,000, over 309,000 GNTs for sale at the 5,000 level. $308,000 at the exactly 5,000. That's the only way I can gauge this, Jose. 664,000 golems at 5,100. Oh, I like the fact that you can view more than 100. But like I always say, don't get greedy, because greed is what's going to cause you to not take profits, and you're going to end up selling at a lesser profit than you could have. And the thing though too is, like, I have no clue if they add it or take it off. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Poloniex and their system. 220,000 at 5,900. Let's take a look at the candles. And it doesn't seem like their candles are real time, because I need to know, in comparison to this previous candle, in comparison to the current candle, where's the next candle opening up? Is it opening up below its closing price, or is it opening up above its closing price? As you can see, these three large green candles, the opening price was above it. It didn't gap up, and I think I talked about a gap strategy. It didn't open below it. Yes, it went down below it, but at the opening price. So this would indicate to me it's bullish, because it's opening right at its previous candle's closing price, right at its candle's closing price. This one, basically, the red candle opened at half of the previous candle's closing price. So can we get a downward trend, possibly to the 45, 44? That's a possibility. But Jose, a lot of traders don't have a chance to have 100% profit. And you can't look at the amount that you made. You could invest $10 and make $10 for a total of 20. So you can't look at it as, oh, I just made 10 bucks. That's nothing. Look at the percentage. You made 100% of that. That's what I look at. I look at the percentage. Majority of the time when I'm trading stocks, I don't look at the dollar amount, because I'm entering different price points and buying different types of amounts of shares. There was one time I only put 100 bucks in, and I was up 50 bucks, and I'm like, I made 50 bucks today. And then I was like, hold on a second, I made 50%. That's huge. But yeah, we got to look at these candlesticks and see where they're closing. I got to go back to Ether, because Ether is dropping below. There we go. Okay. 43.59. Sorry, Jose, I got to look at Ether, considering I'm getting ready to get into a position. But we'll definitely go back. I would be happy getting out at 5,000. That's what personally, that's the way I feel. Ether 43.70, nice long candle. This is a complete downtrend. I mean, just look at how it just curves and comes down. Got to look at those resistance and see, what did it currently break. 43.58. All right, it hasn't broken the 43.38, but it could easily break it. $42.23 is the level that I'm looking at for it to break, to possibly get to the 41. But I don't know if I would have canceled my order, because just in case, I don't want to be last in, last out. 43.38 and 43.29. So 43.29 breaks. 43.58. So I got to keep that in the back of my mind. 43.29 and 42.60, 42.22. So 43.29, let's just say 43.20 or 43.30 and 42.30. 43.30 and 42.30 are the price levels I'm looking at. So within the dollar difference. Because I mean, even though an entry at 42 is pretty good, I want the whole pie. I don't want a slice of it. GNT Golem 4,863 now. I'm sure you're watching it. So 3 red candles. It's hard to say. It is hard to say. But I mean, if it's up on a one week high, but yeah, Jose, don't get greedy. Just you know, have that plan and stick to that plan, because it could definitely go against you. 48.04 now for Golem. Vince, we'll definitely get to Monero, buddy. Jose, you bought 25,000, but what was your entry? I think from last time, from what I remember, it was like 3,000 something. I don't think he told me. Oh no, here we go. Okay, entry point maybe 3,700. I'm sorry. Okay, sorry that I asked you the same question. I don't know why I was thinking your entry was like 24. That's why I was saying, you know, you got 100% bagger. So when it gets up high, you know, see 3 large candlesticks, I would personally be looking at getting out, because it's like, okay, you know what? Traders, they're in the profit. They're going to lock in the profit. I want to lock in the profit with them, and I don't want to be stuck holding as they're taking profit and causing this to kind of dip back down to the 4,500, 4,300 level, to where the first green candlestick occurred. I mean, even, you know, from 3,700 to 5,000, so that's a nice profit, depending on, you know, your position. I think it was like 25,000. But it goes up. Traders are taking profit. Vince, are you using Poloniex for Monero? I hope you are. Jose, if you sold right now, no, I would wait. You know, you don't want to be buying back in where you sold. Wait for a dip. I don't know. Let me know. I'm still scrolling to these chats, but let me know what your exit was. At what price point did you exit Golem? Patrick, hello, buddy. Good buddy from Sweden. Hopefully everything's well. Trading's going well. Watch a previous video from today. There's a funny story, because there'll be 2 parts to this video. This is part 2. So part 1 is uploaded, but yeah, there's a funny story to what happened to me last night. Cam, go. How I'm trading, or how everybody else on this is trading? Like you're asking, what brokerage we're using or what platform really. I'm using Poloniex. I'm using Coinbase, but I'm using their actual trading platform, which is GDAX, GDAX. You can use Gemini, but let me know where you're from, actually. What country are you at? And anybody that's joining this, let me know what country you're from, just so I have a good idea of where the viewers are from. I know Patrick from Sweden, Logan from UK. Who else is on here? I'm not sure. Kyle from Canada. Milaz, I know you told me where you're from. I'm going to say, off the top of my head, either Australia. And I'm sorry if I messed it up, but I know you told me. You're still in, Jose? And I'm still trying to look at Monero for you, but I don't know if you responded to what platform you're using. Or Norway. Maybe Norway, Milaz. Golan, 4,700. Yeah, I mean, that 5,000 is a good exit. In my opinion, that's where I would exit. But I can't tell you, what you should exit at. You got to be comfortable with your exit. You got to be comfortable with your profits. But if I got in at 3,700, it goes up to 5,000. I'm gonna take that profit and run, and hopefully it dips back down to maybe the 4,000 range, 3,800 range, and then buy back in. And you have the capital, plus you have your profits. Put them together, buy more. I'm still getting to these comments. Okay, I got to go back to. I'm sorry, guy. I'm sorry, Vince. I got to go to. Ether. Big large candle in Ether. And I should have been paying attention to this to see if that 4202 is good. Bots are definitely in play. 0.204031. They're all in the books. Not a lot of sellers at this price point. So I'm probably going to keep that 4202 in the book. 4260, there's a big buyer, 1011. Spread is only 2 cents. So the spread is not much at all. So there are people that are interested in buying this at this level. So if anybody's looking to get in, I'm hoping it hits 42, but this is a good level to look at. Buyers are stacked up. almost 1,600 Ether, the first 3. So that's why you can see the depth chart is huge. I mean, it goes from nothing to straight up. Sellers, nobody wants to sell at this level. They might have bought a 44. So my 4202, if you are using GDAX, there should be a little dot at 4202 indicating that that's my buy order, but I can't zoom out to it for some apparent reason. Anywhere above a 4260, there are a lot of buyers stacked up. Below that, it's all bots. All bots. Come on, 4202. Just a lot of buyers at 4260. So I got to see, are they going to get absorbed? Is somebody going to get tired and be like, I need to cut my loss? I've already lost a couple $100, a couple $1,000, whatever it might be. And they'll just start selling and getting rid of whatever they have. A little bit of a wick, not too much of a wick. So what I would like to see with this candle, considering I'm looking to get into this position, is I want to see the full body. I don't want to see a wick at the bottom at all. No wick at the bottom. because I'm looking to get in. So then the next, I'm looking at the 15-minute. I need to zoom out. And I need the 1 minute. Yeah, I needed to switch out to the 5-minute candle. So even though on the 15-minute candle it's completely red, because really this green candle hasn't made it above its previous candle's closing price. So if you look at the 15-minute candle, these two candles is combined still red. It needs to make it up above for it to turn green. But the 5-minute will show that there's a green candle there. So we'll go back to the 15-minute. You know, it's still red, but the 5 minutes. Sorry about the audio. I know it's cutting out. Come on. What? On the 15-minute, that's a breakdown. It's breaking down. So now I can go back to GDAX and go to the 5-minute, 15 minutes on the right-hand side. So we'll see how far she breaks down. But I mean, it has support, 4260. It's got support. And let's see where it touched. What was the low here? 4260 was this green candle on the 5-minute chart. It touched 4260 and bounced up, and that's where our large buyer is sitting at, you know, 1,100 Ether. So I got to pay attention with that 1133 Ether, how fast it gets absorbed. The faster she gets absorbed, then I'm expecting a dip. If it doesn't get absorbed, I'm expecting a jump. And that's why it's so hard to react to these things when it gets to a certain level that you're looking at. Did I buy here and then hope? No, you know, I want to catch the bottom. And that's how I end up not getting into some trades, because I'm waiting for the bottom and it comes back to haunt me. The spread is 30 cents, so nobody wants to buy this at its current level. Check out waves. I don't know. I'll have to check it out. I can read the chart and tell you what it does, but I can't tell you the ins and outs of the currency. So I don't know if they're good or if they're bad. Majority of the altcoins, in my opinion, I only have one word for them. You guys know what that is. All right, 43. So its spread is still 28 cents. 43.15 is the ask. 42.88 is the bid. 42.95 is the bid. So the ask is getting slapped based on the trade history. 43.11 on the ask bid. Let's see what gets slapped. If somebody's doing a market buy, or if somebody's doing a market sell, by looking at the right, but also looking at the order book and looking at the 43.11 and 42.96. As long as my computer doesn't freeze. So 4311 shows up on the trade history, then you know somebody slapped the market. All right, my order book froze because 4309 is what's showing, and there is no 4309. Okay, he put it in late. Interesting. That's a little shady. So I don't know. I got to figure something out with GDAX. If they allow you to hide your trade, they might not allow us to hide, but certain clientele might be allowed to hide their trades from the order book. And it does happen in stocks. I'm sure it can happen in cryptocurrency. $43.10 on the ask, 43 on the bid. All right, let me look at these comments. But Monero, I know, Vince, I told you I would look at Monero. You're using Poloniex. Hey guys, I know I think I put this live stream till 3 p.m. And that's within about 9 minutes. This one from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And then once we got disconnected, well, I got on at 9 a.m. But when we got disconnected, I didn't indicate what time I was going to be going off. But I will probably be getting off at like 3:05 the latest, to be honest with you. I gotta go pick up my son. I don't think I'm going to be back on. If I'm back on, it might be tonight, late tonight. So I do apologize. And a little bit of time with the family. Man. Vince, are you trading USDT and Monero pair, or are you trading BTC and Monero pair? Jose, it might get to that 37. I mean, you want to look at, just the trend and see how fast is it dipping. But yeah, I mean, if you can get it at 37, definitely. I mean, if you can get it lower than 37, that's even better. You just don't want to buy it higher than what you sold it at unless you're definitely sure that it's breaking out. Danny, that was a nice drop, but it didn't drop to my 42. What is it? 42.60 was just that strong support. So I should have probably. What does she get to? Yeah, I should have probably tried to buy it at 42.60, but it wouldn't have gotten executed because it didn't dip back down to 42.60. Martin from the UK, sweet. Logan's Run is from the UK as well. London. Let me see your message, Polo. I'm still scrolling down. I don't know if it was Monero USDT pair or Monero BTC pair, because then I can look at the different chart with the different pair. Patrick had last stop loss on BTC at 1080. Thinking about a new in. It's good that you set the stop loss. I don't know what it dipped to. Maybe 1030 it dipped to. 3,000 order book on Polo. Is that for Ether, Logan? Because you're using I'm sorry, yeah, because you're using Poloniex to trade Ether. So somebody basically, I mean, if it's in the order book to buy for 3,900 and then 4,000, yeah, they're looking for a nice bump. Or it could be a fake out. It could be a fake order book. You're right, Patrick. I would not buy it at 108. I couldn't do that, to be honest with you. That's pretty high for me. Unless I was a millionaire. But me being a millionaire and then throwing money at Dash, a lot of money to where it's going to cause this thing to just skyrocket. But yeah, I'm a little trader. I don't have any control. I can't move these stocks or cryptocurrencies. BTC Monero events. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Let's see. Vince, what did you get in at? What was your TC price? I gotta zoom out of this. As long as Crypto Watch cooperates with me, because I really can't use Poloniex, their system. It's just not. You filled in a buy order at $23. What was it in BTC though? Because you're using BTC Monero pair. Oh, it's not filled yet. Okay, so you're looking. All right, I thought you were already in Monero. That's why I felt bad that I wasn't looking at it right away. I thought you were in it and you were trying to get out, but trying to find a good exit. I wouldn't get in at 23. I forgot who I told. I'm waiting for under 20, and I can get to under 20. Let me look at the 15 minutes then. So, I mean, Jose, it was just recently. Actually, today it hit 20. 0.02, 0.0201. See, I'm waiting for this. If I was to get in, I'm waiting for this point. Well, I would be basically doing it in USDT pair. But I'm looking at this 0.08, 0.018. That's the level that I'm looking at if I'm going to get back in. Let's zoom out of this a little more. Let me draw some charts for you. Ether didn't drop to that 4202. I'm still going to keep it. I'm still going to keep it there. I can't tell you at what price point to buy. I can't have, and the reason why I don't like telling people when to buy and when to sell for somebody's loss. You know, I don't want to be responsible. You guys are taking gains, but I also don't want somebody to be mad at me and say, well, you know, you told me to get out at this price and now it went up high, or you told me to get in at this price and now it went low. So, you know, and that's why I did a video about, you know, just some of my general disclaimers. And there's a video on YouTube about that. I am not a licensed broker. I'm not a financial advisor. And the last thing I want is to tell you to get in at a specific price and then it tanks. But let's just say hypothetically, I'm in the trade. I'm looking to get into the trade. And that's what, when I make these videos, I was on, you know, where I'm looking to get in. And I'm willing to be patient. You know, I'm going to have it come to me. I'm not going to go chase it. When I chase something, that's where. So if I was looking at getting into something, you know, I'm really looking at the chart and I'm looking at, okay, you know what, where has there been the majority of the support? And where do I possibly see it coming down? Where do I see it coming down to where I feel comfortable getting in? And for me personally, let me look at this. And Jose, I'm sorry, Vince, are you looking at long term or short term? Because those are two different things. And I'm still drawing out this chart here, just to give myself an indicator of where I'm getting in. You know, in the USDT pair, I'm looking for 1850. That's what I'm looking for. But when it gets to a certain level, I'm going to really look at it. So if it dips to like, you know, under $20, I'm really going to watch it like a hawk to see, okay, you know, how far is this going to dip before I decide to not take a position at 1850. It might end up being 1875. But anything under 20, I'm looking at it to see, okay, let me find a good entry, because I don't want to buy it at 20 and then it dips to 20, you know, dips to 18, it dips to 19, when I'm just like, oh, you know what? I could have caught the bottom, but I didn't catch the bottom. And I can't seem to get this chart to draw out properly. Okay, I think it's drawn out properly. Yeah, 10% gain isn't bad. You know, depending what your entry is, or what you're entering with. But I definitely see upside for Monero. I definitely do. But I don't want to buy high, and then it ends up dipping, and then it ends up going up. I'm just like, man, I could have bought it at a much cheaper, but now I got to wait, you know, 2 weeks, maybe, as it consolidates, and then I get into it. But I would be looking at anything under 0.02. To be honest with you, I would watch it like a hawk. I'd have, you know, But anything under 0.02, between 0.02 and 0.018, I would be looking to pull the trigger. But that depends too. Is it downtrending from that point, or is it trading within that range? And if it's trading within the range that I talked about, then I'm going to catch it at the bottom of that trend. So let's just say hypothetically, it's trading within this range of 0.018 to 0.02. If it's just trading within that range, I would try to catch it at that 0.018. When it gets close to that, I wouldn't want to catch it at the top of that trend. I want to catch it at the bottom of the trend. Hey guys, I'm going to mute this, but I do got to go pick up my son from the bus stop. I'll be right back. But I'm going to mute this so you guys are not going to hear anything in the background. All right, looks like I'm still connected. And audio's working, video. All right, perfect. Not sure what I missed. But yeah, Vince, I mean, it's your call. I can't tell you, where to buy it. But for me to trade it, there has to be volatility, and really there isn't much volatility. There isn't good up and down swings, where I can make $4 per coin, exit out with a 400. It moves steady. So if it's going to move steady, I want to see if there's going to be a dip. But it's hard for me to determine that on Monero because Poloniex, their system is just not as user friendly where I'm able to pick out things that I can pick out on GDAX. So Vince, I'm sorry I can't give you but like I said, I don't like telling people what they should buy at below that, and then you're down. That's where a financial advisor would come in handy, and I don't want to be a financial advisor. I want you guys to be able to see, my trades and what I look at when I'm executing a trade. And if you decide to follow my trade, you got to do it at your own risk. But I'm sorry, I don't have a definite answer for you, bud. But I'm looking at, under $20 for me to get into Monero, or if I was doing the BTC pair, under 0.02. And that might be a long-term hold for me. It only has a good amount of potential, but it could go up to 0.023, and then profit takers step in and take profit. But I am going to be ending this live stream in about 14 minutes. So 3:30, I'm going to end this live stream. I will be back later tonight, late tonight probably. So you guys are definitely more than welcome to join. But let's see. So it got to that 42.60, but it didn't dip below that. And if I was watching this closely, and really analyzing it for a while without looking at any other charts, I might have upped my buy instead of 42.02. I would have probably done 42.50, but it would have probably not hit that. But I would have upped my buy based on where buyers and sellers were stacking up and everything else that my mind would kind of put together and try to come up with a conclusion. And for Monero, you know, Monero USDT pair, you know, if I buy here, I'm buying basically close to the high, and it's going to have a dip. It's just a matter of, you know, at what price point is it going to have a dip? As you guys can see from the chart that I have up, you know, it hit 25, and then it came down and dipped to, you know, $20.50, went back up to $23.50, and then here would have been a good buying opportunity. And when I saw it at 18.49, but I wasn't trading this. I was trading ETH. But if I was really looking at this, really wanted to trade this and looking at it hardcore, and I had USDT, then yeah, that 18.50 would have been a great entry. I think I got to all the comments and all the questions. And if I miss anything, I mean, please let me know. And Vince, it doesn't hurt, you know, put a low ball offer in before going to bed. You know, if you're not up watching this, you know, put an offer in for, you know, 0.019 maybe, you know, in hopes that it gets to that. I think that's $19. And then when it gets up to its current high of 23.50, take the profit and run. That's what I would personally do. But you got to do what you're comfortable with. But don't buy and hope. You know, that's not a good strategy. Buying and hoping, or buying and wishing that it goes up, is not. And it's always better. I've said it before in the past. It's always better to, you know, wish you were out of the trade. Or I'm sorry, it's always better to wish that you were in the trade than to wish you were out. Because if you buy it now and it dips to that $20 level, $19 level, you know, 0.02, 0.19 BTC, then, you know, you're going to be wishing you were out of it. And then you might sell low. Did anybody catch that 42.60? That's on this live stream. If you were looking to trade Ethereum. Vince, yeah, I mean, yeah, you would do a open buy order, a limit buy order, you know, whatever price you're comfortable. You know, whatever it is, 0.019 or, you know, 0.02. But you can't do an auto sell until it actually executes. So it has to execute first. You have to have those Moneros in your account. And once they're in your account, that's when you can actually do a limit sell or an auto sell. I mean, limit sell is if you're not in front of your computer, or you can do an auto sell order if you're in front of your computer watching it. But then you're selling at the current bid price, whatever the bid price is. You know, if somebody's really willing to pay, you know, let's just say the current price is 20, and the current buyer wants to only buy it at 19, and there's no other buyers at 19, and you hit that auto sell, you sell them to that person at $19. So you got to really watch the buy orders and what is the buy order at. Let's see, Logan, hit F4101, took my buy order and bounced back up. So you actually got it at 4101 on Poloniex. Or when you say took my buy order, like you took it off? See, right now, Vince, too, I mean, I'm looking at Monero, but I'm looking at it on the USDT. I mean, it's coming down. So for me to have told you to buy it at that level, you would be down right now. Because it was at 2407. Now it's at 23.50. So you'd be down, $1 or whatever it is in BTC per times the amount that you have, not just $1 total. Oh, you're in. Nice, Logan. That's awesome. Let me see, because I'm looking at Poloniex now. I want to look at the chart because the chart's going to be different on GDAX. But you're trading on BTC, I'm assuming. BTC pair, not USDT pair. So dash Monero Eth. So you call it the 4160 possibly is what I'm going to say. If it's or 4101, that's what it came out to. Yeah, I have a hard time figuring out this USDT. So what was your BTC buy-in? Because on the BTC buy-in, it hit 390,000 was a low. So I'm assuming you got it 0.04, maybe like 401. Is that 401,000? So I'm going to say 4.1 million. So a little under 0.04. Dude, that Logan, that's a great entry. If you got it at 0.0392, I mean, that low was basically 0.039 even. So you caught a good bottom. You're not going to catch 0.039. I mean, you'll get lucky here and there, but you're not going to catch it all the time. So for you to catch it at 0.0392, that's an excellent entry. Good play, Dan. Good play. I like that. Keep it up. But I do have 5 more minutes on this live stream, and then I am going to call it quits. But yeah, if you guys catch some good entries, let me know. I mean, leave a comment on these videos. Leave a comment. Because I want to see, anybody that's watching these videos after the fact, I want them to be able to read those comments of a good entry that you got. Dude, it's good. It's good to be lucky. Logan, good things happen to good people. For a fact. I believe in that. Gollum is still holding up, 47.50. Let's see what my Steam is doing. My horrible Steam trade. You guys know about my losses. Well, and I've said it before, you only lose when you sell. But this is something I was willing to hold for a good amount of time. And I could have sold, made just a little bit of a profit because I bought exactly at 20,000 or at 2,000. No, 20,000. And I could have sold at 20,840. But as long as this thing stays, between the ranges of 18,000, I'm happy. Or stays above 18,000. If it dips to 12,000 now, I'll be like, that was a horrible trade. But this isn't something I'm trading day to day. I'm going to hold on to this for something to come out because I can see this, and this is my opinion. I can just hope, that and see this thing going to $1 flat on a USDT pair because it's at 20 cents now or 18 cents. Sorry about the background noise. My kids are here. My wife is here. So Logan, always remember, that trend. You know, the trend is not going to lie. You know, it's going to stay within that trend, and you can always play that trend. You know, sell at the high, wait for it to dip back down, buy again. That's what a lot of traders are doing. And I can't seem to get Crypto Watch working. All right, let's see. 4270. Here we go. 4262. Let's see if my entry at 4202 goes through. But if it starts to drop and I think it's going to go lower, I'm going to put it in 4125 because it could easily. All right, it's touching that low, just the low of the day. Well, the second low of the day, because the low of the day was 42. It's tapping it. There's no upward momentum there. $42.66. Yeah, see, if this had a good support, it would have already bounced up. And it would have bounced up good, not just touch 42.60, I think, and then be stuck at 42.62. So 42.61, yeah, it would have already bounced. I'm going to cancel this. It's a full candle. Let's see. I got to do my math here real quick. What? There's an error. That's crazy. So it broke. It broke that previous somewhat of a soft support. And we're not getting a big bounce. So let's just say hypothetically I do get in at 4102. I will be looking to sell at 45, like completely. Just completely get out of everything at 45 because that's a trend. And knowing that trend is very important. Probably 5 more minutes, guys, and then I got to go. So if my 4102 hits, then my average buy-in price, considering it's really a difference of between what I bought and what I bought before at 45, and what I'm buying now at 41, it's $4 difference, but I'm buying a lot more. So instead of it being 43, it's probably going to be somewhere in the range of 42.60 maybe. So that'd be $2.40 per coin. Yeah, there's no support here because we would have seen a nice green candle bounce but it's sticking to that 42.57. Before we know it, somebody's going to come along and be tired that it's sticking there and just sell what they have. And in my opinion, this is a fake out. This is not a true bounce. That little green candle that just formed, unless the buyer steps in and buys, that's the only way that it's going to shoot up and get up to 43.20, 43.40. That's the only way. But this is a fake out. Because if it was a true resistance, a hard resistance, it would have bounced off that 42.60 and it would have bounced like really good up. So 42.60 is being slapped. So the people are selling at the bid price. So 42.58 is the bid. Let's see if the bid gets slapped or is the ask getting slapped. So a spread of 6 cents, that's not much. I would like to see a bigger spread. And my crypto watch is not working. Whoever's watching this after the fact, that's new, probably doesn't know what I'm saying when the ass gets slapped. They probably thinking me saying like the ass is getting slapped. But yeah, I'm talking about the ask as in the ask price. The seller's asking for the specific price, and that's what they want to sell it at, which is called the ask price, ASK, not ASS. And then the buyers are sitting at the bid price, B for buyers. All right, guys, I'm going to stop it here. But my open order is still sitting there, and it's going to get adjusted accordingly. If it hits here, that's great, and then I'll sell 45, wait for a dip. But we'll see where the strong, hard support is. If it touches 41 and bounces up, that's going to be the hard support. Right now, this is turning to be a very hard support because it's not breaking down below it. It's hovering. And even though they're little tiny candlesticks, that 42.50, 42.57 is a pretty good hard resistance. Because if it wasn't, it would have broke through it. It would have broke through it pretty good. Yeah, Logan, not a problem, man. Thank you for joining, bud. I appreciate it. You're always on here. Definitely lock in those gains. Let me know how everything goes. I love hearing, the money that you guys are making. It makes me happy and motivates me to keep doing these videos. If you guys weren't making money, I probably wouldn't make these videos. So 42.54. But yeah, for anybody new that's on here, you know, definitely subscribe and like this video. But at least subscribe so that you're able to get those notifications when I'm doing an upload. $67. So we're not getting a huge bounce. So 42.67. No big bounce, no big drop. And that's on the 5 minute. Let's take a look at the 1 minute real quick before I end this. But 500 for sale, anywhere between $42.69 to $42.63. But as you guys can see on the 1 minute, it's moving sideways. And when it moves sideways, it's called consolidation. That's where majority of the buying is happening. And just, I mean, they're little candles, but it could move sideways for a little bit before it dips a little bit or before it shoots up, depending if a big buyer steps in or big seller steps in, you know, hitting that market buy or market sell. So 42.50 was a low on this current candle here on the 1 minute chart, but now it just hit the low of 9 minutes ago. As you can see, nobody wants to sell. Nobody wants to sell to anybody. So more than likely, a buyer's going to come in and be like, okay, you know what? It's not moving at all. This might be a great point to buy because it's consolidating. Let me buy here, and they'll move it up. Or see, actually, we got a big seller, 988. A seller will step in because they're tired and be like, okay, you know what? I'm going to sell at this level. He wasn't there before. He popped out of nowhere. So those got absorbed pretty quick. They got absorbed very quick. It didn't sit there. But it didn't do anything to the price. Martin, not a problem, buddy. Not a problem. Definitely, you know, join the family, join the group. The more people we have, the better. And if you have any knowledge to share with any of us, please share. I mean, I'm looking to learn some new things every day. Yep, still holding the 42.50, 42.55. But you guys enjoy your day. You know, good luck with your trades. Definitely, you know, protect yourself on the downtrend. Look at the chart. Look at the order book. Look at the trade history. Don't go in too much. Take a reasonable position. And if it dips, you know, and it dips a good amount, add more to it. And it dips more, add more to that. That's the best way of lowering your cost average. And then when it rips, you get out. So that's the best thing to do. But you guys enjoy your day. And I will be on later tonight because I'll have this chart up. And hopefully you guys get the entry you're looking for. And when it goes up, take some profits, lock them in. All right, it's going up, which is good. You know, I still have something. So if it hits my 45.25, which I'm going to put it back in, then I'll be out with this and then back in. But you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much for joining. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to still leave this up. I'm going to go ahead and mute it. And if you guys want to chat with each other, go ahead and chat away. But at 4 p.m., I'm going to end the live stream, unless it ends on its own. But I will not be looking at the comments, but I'll be looking at the chart from a distance. But I'll leave it up just in case you guys want to chat with each other, share some information, share some knowledge that you've learned, and try to help each other out. We all want to be successful traders. We all want to make money. Kind of learn from my mistakes, and you guys have learned a lot. Logan, I know you have, especially with some of the stuff that you told me. So, we all got to share some of that knowledge. All right, all right. Let's see who's here. ECS Fusion. I just saw that comment, so I know you're here. Who else is on this live stream? Because I know earlier I did say, I'm going to be walking away. You guys chat if you wanted to chat. And then at 4, I would be closing it up. But after talking to my wife, she's like, oh, I'm going to take the kids out. And I was like, you are? I didn't know. So there's no sense of me sitting here and not do anything. Figure I would chat with you and try to find a good entry. But who else is on this live stream? ECS, you actually got bored and decided to trade. Don't trade out of boredom. Trying to get out 45, dude. Perfect. That is perfect. So I'm assuming your entry at 41 was, what might that have been? Because I don't think it dropped to 41, did it? Unless I missed something. I missed. I see bottom of 42.50. Did I miss a $41? Okay, that was, what time did it get down there? That was yesterday, right? Yesterday, $41. Okay, gotcha. BTC pair. I was like, man. But if you got it at $41 yesterday, oh man, you caught the bottom. After it went up and came back down, that was the bottom. It went up to 45.64, came down to 41. And then from there, basically, I mean, it's going to trend. What time was that, 41? Oh, yeah, that was after my daughter's mishap. Buying it at the high. I don't know if you were here for that when I explained it. Kyle, what's good, buddy? What is good? But yeah, I had no money in my account to play that $41 drop from when my daughter got me in at 45. If I did, I mean, and that's the drop I was waiting for. And that's when I would have probably got in, between 41 and 41.50. I wouldn't have caught the 41 bottom. And then, sell at 45. But yeah, it's trending today, guys. I mean, if you didn't watch my previous video, it's trending between 40 and 45. I mean, we can get some sort of breakout above the 45. I mean, we broke out a little bit, 45.20, 45.25. I sold at 41.20. I'm sorry, 45.20 is when I sold, and I just sold half. But it could break out above it and really break out, but then it's going to come right back down. And that all depends. Just, if somebody's on the sideline waiting to get in, or shorts are covering. But when I walked away from the computer and I kind of wrote the message, I see this ugly looking candle. I mean, this candle's ugly. I hate seeing candles like this. There's a little bit of a body. I want to see a candle this high, but I want to see a full body. But I was watching it from a distance and I saw it shoot up, become a full body because the buyers really took it up. But then sellers took it right back down and it went up just as fast as it came down. But I'm not a fan of candles like that. But if you guys were sitting there watching it, you're probably like, whoa, what just happened? ECS. I'll just give you just a rundown. You know, I let my kids kind of sit on my computer chair, you know, because it spins, it rocks, it's pretty cool. And I had basically everything open because I'm watching the candlesticks from a distance, and she ended up placing a trade for me. So she bought at the high. I would never buy at the high, you know, because I knew what the trend was. Why buy at 45? So, you know, it went up to 45.64. That was the high, and then I guess it was coming down, and she was hitting some buttons. Because from a distance, like I kind of went outside and came back, and I was like, "What are you doing?" And she was like playing, and I'm like, "No," I'm like, "You got to get off." And I didn't go back and look at the computer. And I wish I would get like an email notification saying, "Hey, place a trade," because that would have caught my attention right away. But from a distance, you know, after she had placed a trade, I didn't know about it. From a distance, I'm, you know, watching the chart, and I see. Let's see if I can show you guys. I see like two large, on the 5-minute chart, two large red candlesticks. And I mean, it catches my eyes, and that's what I'm looking for, just large candlesticks if I'm looking to get into a trade. And when I saw those two large candlesticks, red candlesticks, I was like, whoa, I'm like, all right, let me analyze some stuff and see if there's a good entry point for me. And I look at my account, I'm like, I have $225. I'm like, what is going on? And then realized that I had 200 Ether. And I'm thinking like, I didn't buy 200 Ether. And I look at the price that it was executed at, I was like, $45. I was like, what just happened? So I had to sit there and really, you know, analyze some stuff and look at some things, you know, whether I'm going to just cut it short or I'm going to hold it. I ended up holding it, and it dropped to 41. I knew there was a good support at 40, but when I saw it, it dropped to actually like 42.50, 42.40, somewhere in that range. And I was like, there's no sense in me getting out here. I'll wait for a nice bounce. And then dropped to 41. But the 41 is what I was looking for, and I would have probably caught it at $40.50, somewhere in that range, you know, maybe $40.25, $40.75. But what can you do? But that's what happened. You know, if she was shorting, I would have been like, that's awesome. You just made me some money. If she shorted at 45, and then I would have covered at, you know, $40.50, or I'm sorry, I would have covered at $41.50, $42. But she didn't short. She went long. So she was, I guess, believing in the philosophy that you got to buy high and sell low to make money if you're taking a longer position. But it's a complete opposite. But yeah, if she shorted this, I would have been excited. I would have been like, yes, you just made me 800. But I was down $800. So a 4-year-old, I think that might be a record. I don't think there are any 4-year-olds placing trades on Ethereum, or really anything, you know, stocks, Ethereum. Yeah, dude, ECS at the high. It looks like bot activity on Gemini, really. You know, I said it in the video that Gemini, or no, it was in the comment to one of the recent videos to Logan. I did say that a while back. I read, and I'm gonna have to log into Gemini, look at it, but I did say on there that MIT was working on building a trading bot, and they wanted to test it out on Gemini, but nothing was finalized. And of course, you know, the Winklevoss, you know, they went to Harvard, so I didn't know they allowed it, because I looked at Gemini very closely. You know, when the bots were infested GDAX, they hadn't gotten to. I got to find my phone for my 2FA password, but they hadn't gotten into Poloniex. They didn't get into Gemini, but they were all over. Yeah, these bots, man. Let me take a look. if you guys don't have, two-factor authentication, please set it up. Protect yourself. But that password basically changes every 20 seconds. I'm putting in a different password for a different website. It'd help if I actually put it in for Gemini. This 2FA number that you guys are seeing is not going to do you any good if you try it. But you need to know my password, and then you have 20 seconds to basically get everything in there. I'm putting in the wrong thing in. So who said that? ACS Fusion, was that you that mentioned the bots on Gemini? Let me look at the comments. Kyle, getting set up. Nice. I'm assuming when you mean you getting set up, you got your computer. Okay, so ECS Fusion, that was you. Now, was that on Ethereum or BTC? I mean, I can look at both. BTC, let's see. Maybe, maybe not. But wow, look at this buyer. Well, actually, it's okay. I'm sorry. We shouldn't even be looking at that. It doesn't mean anything. It's just basically saying under $991, there's 27,000 BTCs that want to be bought. But we don't know at what price point. I just saw 991 and 27,000. I was like, whoa, somebody wants to buy 27,000 at 991? That's a crazy support. I'm getting in before he does, or she, or they, whatever it might be. A lot of 7.5 orders. A lot of 7.5. That's odd. I mean, 7.5 BTCs, that's a lot, in the USD value. But tons of 7.5s. And you're not going to have multiple people putting in the same order at 7.5. Only bots will do that. All right. I mean, in order for me to come to a conclusion, I got to look at something else and say, yes, these are bots. But I would swing at a 90% chance they might be bots on the sell side as well, too, 7.5. Let's take a look at Ethereum USD. God, should I sit in it? It's going to 50. I don't know, dude. If you've been watching my videos, there's a trend line, and I study those trend lines. And the trend lines have definitely been in effect. As of right now, I mean, I'm not saying that it's not going to go to 50, but for the day to day, I'm a day trader. I play those trend lines. Long-term investor, I wouldn't play those trend lines. I would, buy and not even look at the charts and kind of move on with my day and not even really think about it. ECS Fusion, with your comment, you saw those candlesticks and were like, play price or right, wrong, answer horn. I'm trying to understand that. Play price or right, wrong, answer horn. I don't know how to answer that. I don't know what that means. Maybe it's over my head. ECS, that's awesome that your daughter came in and wanted to learn about charts yesterday, so you taught her what the lows and highs were on the chart. Hold on one second. But yeah, ECS, that's awesome. That is awesome. I don't think you told me how old your daughter is. Oh, she's 4. Dude, that is awesome. You know, my son, 7 years old, yeah, he's all into candlesticks. So he came home one day, you know, from school, and he showed me his drone. I was like, oh, what is this? He's like, these are candlesticks, like Japanese candlesticks. I was like, nice. And I'm like, well, what is it? He's like, well, he's like, this means it's going up. And he would actually open the candlestick. You know, the next candlestick would open up above the other one and keep going up. And then he'd draw some red ones. Yeah, so yeah, he's into it as well too. He's very intrigued when I'm trading. And he's like, does this mean it's going up and you're making money? I'm like, yeah, because I'm in the trade. I'm like, I don't want a red. I need it to go up. So he'll see something and he'll be like, oh, are you in this trade? It's going up. And I'll be like, no. I'm like, I didn't get in. But that's awesome that she's intrigued by it, interested in it. Buy low, sell high. Yes, man. That is the motto for a long investor or a long trader. Now, if you're going short, it's the complete opposite. Don't buy low and sell high if you're shorting. Yeah, Kyle, I agree, man. You know, if his daughter keeps it up, she could be a powerhouse trader. And I mean, there's some females that, man, can they trade? Yeah, I'm looking at Ethereum now. I just switched it over. Ethereum on a buy side. Nothing that would throw a red flag, to be honest with you. I'm still looking. You know, the thing about females and trading is that they don't take the risk. So they're actually more profitable than guys are. You know, they're not as risky. Like my wife the other day, you know, it had dropped and she's like, no, just buy it at 45 or 46. I forget what it was. And I was like, no, I was like, you know, I'm going to wait till it gets lower. I was like, I was like, I'll wait till it gets like $1.50 lower. And what do you know? She hit it on point. This is actually when, you know, it was flying at 57. She told me to buy it at 46. I think it got like 48 and it came down. And it came down to 45.75. And I was looking for 45 or 44. She was like, no, just buy it at 46. She's like, it's going to go up. And I was like, no. I was like, what do you know about trading? I'm like, all right, hop on my computer. You can trade. And she's like, no. But she's right. You know, next candle, I mean, it went up, came back down, and it touched 46. And if I had put my order in, it would have probably been first in, first out. And then it hit that 46 and shot up. Yeah, I don't know, ECS. I don't know about bots. At least nothing that says 100% bots. On the BTC USD, I would say I would say 90%. 7.5, 7.5, so tons of 7.5s. So that is just odd. I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot. All right, so here we go. Let's see. 0.01, 0.01, 0.01. Yes, bots have infested Gemini. So I'll make sure to add that to this video. Yo, ECS, thank you so much for letting me know, because I probably wouldn't have looked at it. So it seems to be a cycle, you know, that they basically, you know, infest one platform and then get onto a different platform. And the thing is, though, it's like, you know, the exchange has to allow it. And they're not just going to allow anybody to trade. I mean, you got to get verified, things like that. It's not like they just hop on without Gemini knowing. Gemini agreed to allow those bots to trade because they have to be able to give them those algorithms to be able to use their system. So yes, Gemini is allowing the Winklevox are allowing bots. And I'm glad this is being recorded, because now, you know, if somebody says, oh, no, they're not, no, there's proof. There's proof. A lot of 0.01s and a lot of 7.5s. So they're going to manipulate this as well, too. Man, that is crazy. ECS, I'm glad you caught that, man. I'm glad you caught it. You got good eyes. I like it. You know, and that's why I like this chat, you know, and I like you guys coming back, because you're able to tell me things that I'm not looking at. And I can look at it. But yeah, I'm going to be paying attention heavily to this and see how bad they're trying to manipulate it. Because at some point, they're just going to be trading amongst each other. But I didn't see anything on Ethereum. Check the Ethereum BTC pair. Yeah, they're probably all over that. I can't really tell too much, because there's probably orders on top of their orders, and that's kind of hard to determine. When it's just a single order at a specific price, you pick that out, and then you look for other orders that are by themselves at that same specific price. You know, I mean, if it's just one or two, you know, I mean, you can't really say it, but if there's tons of them, yes, 100%, it's bots. They've been there since you noticed it, since I noticed it on GDAX, really? Because I looked at GDAX, you know, after noticing it on, I'm sorry, I looked at Gemini after noticing it on GDAX. I also looked at Poloniex, and I didn't see much of it, but I didn't put in too much time. I just kind of glanced. But at that point, they could have, you know, turned them on, tested it out. There was a glitch, turned them off, fixed the glitch, turned them back on. That was definitely a possibility. Let me put out a tweet then, because I tweeted it out when GDAX was in. ECS, are you on Twitter? Uno's blowing up, Kyle, huh? You know, let me know where you're seeing that, because they don't trade on Poloniex, at least not yet. ECS, I like that comment. For anybody watching this after the fact, excuse me, ECS says, earlier you were talking about how you saw those candlesticks after your daughter got in high at the $45 price range. I was saying once you saw the price dipping, you could hear, well, what you could hear was the price is right, losing horn. Yes, down $800, and I wasn't going to sell then. You know, I knew that there was a very good hard support. When we talked about soft support, hard support, I knew there was a hard support at 40. So I was like, all right, you know, dips at 40, I'm down 1,000, but we'll make it back up because it's within that trend. So instead of today being a very profitable day, you know, it was a day of breaking even to an extent because I sold half for $2 gain. Now I can go buy that cup of coffee I've always wanted for those $2 that I made. Actually, I don't even think I can afford a Starbucks cup of coffee with that $2. I'd have to probably go like Unimart or Wawa or in like local convenience store. I don't know what you guys have in your area. 7-Eleven, they're everywhere. So 7-Eleven. Yeah, Kyle, I wish we could. Kyle's basically saying, let's start a crypto cult against bots. You're Jeff Weezy on Twitter. Okay, I'll make sure to mention you on there. Or if you want to tweet it out, I'll let you, man. You get the credit. You saw it. Go ahead and tweet it and copy me on there. I'm basically at CryptoTrader 247. Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want him to seem like I found it. You found it, dude. I looked at anything. You know, it's change. It's a matter of time before they get onto other exchanges. Because think about it, though. I mean, they're not placing. You know, majority of the time. You know, well, especially with Gemini. Gemini is charging them commission. So Gemini is charging them commission, but with GDAX, when the order's in the book, they're not paying commission. But if they're also placing market buy, market sell orders, then they're paying commission. And that could have been the agreement, you know, especially with GDAX, is that, you know, they're just not all going to be limit orders. They're going to be slapping that market buy, market sell, where they would get commission. Kyle, what's up with Steam? What is up with Steam, buddy? Not what I wanted to. I want to see something better. I want to see something good with Steam. I guess once you start that Steam museum in Canada, it'll shoot up, eh? I'm waiting for you to say yeah. Let's see, by volume on Poloniex, let's see what's moving. Gollum, 48.35. Still having a hard time getting to that 5,000. I don't know if Jose's on this, but Jose had some Gollum, and 5,000 looked like a good exit. But on Gollum, you know, if you guys are looking at the chart, it's going to be hard to determine the resistance, especially if it just keeps going up. There is no resistance at the time. There's no really hard resistance until really, you know, you get some time of the candle forming, or you get time of the chart forming. Gollum prices drop and rise and drop and rise, and then you're able to determine what the resistance is. But at this point, it's at its high from when it was listed. Yeah, Steam looks like it's going to be a long-term hold for me. I'm not going to sell under my purchase price. I was looking to make a quick buck, but I mean, it's not bad. 1877, 1800, 1819, and that's 18,190. I purchased it. I put actually a little over 1 Bitcoin on it at 20,000. So I got about 5,000 Steam coins. So it'd be nice. I mean, if we can get a run to $1, I think from the chart that I saw, its all-time high was like $4 and something. If it gets up to $4, that would be nice. I doubt it's going to get up there though. So also, guys, you know, if you're trading on Poloniex, you know, don't just trade anything. Look at, I mean, especially if you're looking to get in and out, look at the volume. I don't trade anything with low volume at all. You know, you might be able to get in, but you're not going to be able to get out. And if you get in, you know, let's just say you want to buy 1,000 of something, you might only get 100 and not have the whole thing filled. And then you're sitting with 100. It's not even worth it to trade stuff that just does not move at all. I mean, 0.35, 0.32 BTC volume. Yeah, I would not trade any of these low volume. Now they can move, but when they start moving, you know, you want to see volume. So all these little, you know, shit coins can definitely move, but you know, you don't want to trade them until they actually start moving. And they're not investments; they're seriously in and out. Don't hold too long. Don't overstay. You're welcome. Hit it and forget it, or you can hit it, wait for the dip, and hit it again. But yeah, I wouldn't trade any of these. So the first thing I do is when I go to Poloniex is I click on volume if I'm on the BTC pair, and I'll look to see what has high volume, and then I'll kind of, you know, decide on, okay, you know what, I'll take a look at this, I'll look at this, I'll look at that. You know what, this looks pretty good for me to get in because it ripped up and then came back down, and it's just a matter of time before it rips up again. ECS, I'm a fan of that. Yeah, a while back I mentioned a trading club, and there are trading clubs, and these trading clubs can actually move. I mean, you know, if we start a trading club, it's going to be small, it's not going to be large. But in the sense of stocks, there are trading clubs, and they're pretty big. And you know, they day trade. A majority of the trading clubs are mainly for investment. You know, they do the research, collect the money, or take a little portion out, and they use it for long-term investments. But trading rooms, they can be trading clubs, but they're mainly called trading rooms. You know, with, you know, members of 500 to 1,000, and you got some. You know, it's almost like oh man, what was that movie? I got to think for a second now. Bull of Wall Street, or Wall Street Bull, Bulls of Wall Street, I think it was, where they had a trading room, and they start buying, and it causes the price to rush, and then once they sell, it causes the price to dip. A lot of the trading rooms too, they'll you know, they'll be in cahoots with, yes, Wall of Wall Street. That's exactly what it was, dude. And so these trading rooms are exactly like Wolf of Wall Street, and a lot of them are in with other trading rooms as well too, you know, and say, hey, you know what, let's run this up together collectively as, you know, one trading room. And you know, if you don't know that it's being manipulated by, you know, a trading room, and you get in thinking you got a good entry, and you know, it's going to keep going up, and more people do the same thing, they're going to start selling. So what they do is they basically get the stock to run up by buying, and once it starts to tap out at the top, then they'll start shorting the stock, because then they made money on the way up, and they got people that are not aware of the situation to start buying in, and then they short it and make money on the way back down. So they're making money both ways of manipulating this thing, and I've seen it happen many times. And it's like, You know, that's why if you're new to trading, you don't know anything about the ins and outs and the type of manipulations that are out there, I wouldn't even trade. You know, take your money and save it, or the best thing to do is take your money and put it into things you know. You know, Apple, Google, you know, Kleenex, Procter and Gamble, Dell. You know, I mean, there's so many other, you know, Pepsi, Coca-Cola, Ford, you know, General Motors. I mean, you name it. There's great companies out there that trading rooms cannot manipulate. You know, then you know they're playing with the big boys, and the big boys aren't having it. You know, trying to manipulate a stock that, you know, Warren Buffett is in. You know, Warren Buffett will be coming after you. You know, he's got connections. You know, or Carl Icahn. He'd be coming after you if you're manipulating, you know, companies that he's invested in. So they don't manipulate the big boy stocks. They only manipulate the small caps, the ones that are, you know, trading for pennies or a dollar here. They can run them up, make money, and then run them down, make money that way too. It's scary. It is scary. A lot of people have lost money. But yeah, I'm a fan of starting a club. You know, I am a fan. I thought about that, man, when was it? Probably 5 or 6 years ago with a buddy of mine, because he wanted to get, you know, he had some money to invest. And I was like, dude, the best thing to do, you know, if you don't know anything about investing is, you know, to get a couple people collectively, 5, 10 of us, you know, we put $1,000 into it. We got $10,000 and we sit there and research companies and decide, okay, you know what, we're going to take 10% or 15% of that, of the money that we've collected, invest into something, research something else, invest into something. So each person would have to do their own research. And then, you know, you'd have a meeting, you know, once a month or twice a month, and then kind of do a presentation about the company that you researched and why you think it's a good idea. And then collectively, everybody would have to agree to say, yes, you know what, I think this is a great buying opportunity for us. I think there's definitely money to be made in the long term. Let's go ahead and fund it. It's almost like master nodes, basically, with Dash. You know, they put money in, they can vote for a project. So it'll be almost like a master node. ECS, I like that idea, buddy. You're thinking out of the box, dude. And I like that. Let's see. ECS says bot rolls saving the day. You think they're saving the day? Research proposal vote. Yes, sir. You're absolutely right, dude. And I think we can. I think we can start something up. But then, you know, it becomes a little hard, and, you know, tax implications, being from different countries, that's the hardest thing. But where there's a way, there's a will. And I'm a firm believer of that. Henrich, plus one on Ethereum. It's at 43 bucks now. From 42.50. 42.50 was a low, I think I saw, if that's what you mean, in the sense of plus one. Or at least it was close to plus one. Yeah, up 50 cents. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if I had 400 Ether, up 50 cents, yeah, it's 200 bucks. But then it could always turn against you. You know, this doesn't really show me anything good. It doesn't show me that we're going to have a nice uphill momentum like we had here, where it came down and got to 42.66, and then it just completely moved up. You know, after a big drop, well, I shouldn't say big because it's not really that big of a drop, but after a drop here on the left-hand side, you know, we want to see bigger candles, a crazy uphill. So if we look at the 1 minute chart, actually, I'm sorry, maybe the 5 minute chart, where we saw that crazy candle. So all the way on the left-hand side, this candle here, you know, I mean, that would have been nice if the whole candle was a full body. And I saw that from a distance, and I wrote a message. I was like, whoa, that was crazy. That was a crazy candle. because I saw it shoot up and caught my eyes, and I kind of ran to my computer thinking it's going to hit that 45.25, because I was expecting another big candle right after that. But as soon as it shot up and came crashing down, I was like, I'm like, it's just a fake. It's a fake out. Expect a step further in the up direction or a step further in the down direction. Yeah, definitely message me. I'm on Facebook. I'm on LinkedIn under CryptoTrader. It might be CryptoTrader 247. You'll see the same picture, the globe. Of course, YouTube, LinkedIn. I already said LinkedIn. Twitter. +1 on the idea. Yes, sir. And I'm sure Logan, Logan would +1 that one as well too. But yeah, I mean, that's something we could definitely work. It's something that will take a while. It's not something that we could do instantly right away. But it's a great idea. As this community grows, as the members grow, we get to know each other. We get to trust each other, because that's a big thing, trusting each other, knowing each other. We all might have different ideas, different perspectives, but learning to listen and accept somebody's idea. Let me see if I got the message on Facebook. Is that you from Texas, ECS? I don't have a message yet on Facebook. It just says somebody's following me, but I don't want to say the name out loud. If you want to go by ECS, I'll call you ECS on this live stream. But if you're from Dallas, Texas, then that's definitely you, right? All right. Perfect. Yeah, I'm not as active as I want to be on Facebook. I'm somewhat active on Twitter. Not as much as I would like to be. I'll just kind of post the videos on there that I do on YouTube. I think I probably only have like 40 tweets on there. That's not much at all. But I think I tweeted more when we saw the bots. So you're a Cowboys fan? I'm actually, I grew up in Philadelphia. So you know what that means. I'm an Eagles fan. It's the Eagles Die Hard house. Vince, I'm still looking for that entry. You should be able to see my order book. I still have that 4102. To be honest with you, it can get there. 4102. 41 was a low that it had set, not all-time low, but just recently. And then it bounced up to the 45. So I'm going to try to play that range if I can catch the 4102. I learned my lesson not to put it at 4101. Now I'm starting to go 2 cents up. And if it gets to like 41, 5 and goes up, it's going to suck. But yeah, I mean, we're only at 40, hitting 42.60. It's basically close to the low of the day. The low of the day was 42.50. So I don't really see any type of good upward momentum for me to say, you know what, this might be a good entry. And I think, when I went offline, when I put it on mute and kind of wrote a message on this chat saying, anything between 40 to 41 is a good buying opportunity. But I don't think here 42.80, 43, in my opinion, and this is only my opinion, I mean, everybody has their own opinion, I don't think it's a good entry point for me to get into. Because the upside is not going to be much if it hits the 43 and then it comes back down. Because right now it's playing the trend as well too. and it's not breaking above the 43.30 trend line. Except for this candlestick here, but this is an ugly candlestick. And this is an inverted hammer. It's an upside down hammer. And I talked about an inverted hammer in the last video or 2 videos before that. If I see a good candle indicator, then I would say, yes, you know what? I've seen this pattern before. I've seen this hammer towards a low. This might be a good entry, but let's just say that this was completely upside down the other way instead of being, inverted. Then I would say, you know what? I'm going to enter here because I've seen this pattern before, and this is a good opportunity, a full hammer then. So different candlesticks will tell you different things, but it's not 100% correct. That's why you got to look at other things. And right now there's no volume. Volume is not moving. So I'm still going to wait for that 4102. And with somebody being impatient because it's not moving, and let's just say somebody has, a couple hundred ethers, and they've been waiting for it to go up, and they're impatient, they're going to market sell it. And when they market sell it, it's going to drop it hardcore. And that's what probably happened here at this big candle. Yeah, I'm looking at Gemini now just to get a better understanding on the bots. But yeah, I don't see anything. Especially on the, what am I on, Ether BTC? Yeah, nothing on Ether BTC. BTC USD, I did. Because more than likely, if the bot was just programmed, it's going to be trading with USD. It's not going to be trading with BTC. And more likely, whoever's doing this, they want to accumulate US dollar. Even though, in my opinion, the dollar's crap. It's not completely crap yet. Eventually will be, as Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies really take over. But they're trying to accumulate USD. They're not trying to accumulate Bitcoin. Yeah, just a couple little orders. That's it. Not as bad as GDAX. 0.01, 0.01, 0.01. But the 7.5s, that's crazy. I mean, that's a lot of Bitcoins. I don't think I couldn't even buy 7.5 right now if I wanted to. If it drops to like 646, yeah, I could buy a good amount, but yeah, so those are definitely bots. So they're going to accumulate them at 7.5, keep accumulating them at 7.5, 7.5, accumulate them, and then they're going to start, dumping them at different price points for profit. So they might dump 14 here, they might dump 5 here. They'll spread them out. So we got 7.5 on the sell, 7.5 on the buy. Those are definitely bots. If the average person is going to do that, they would, it would be a couple. It wouldn't be this many. So ECS, good eyes, buddy, good eyes. But I don't really see anything crazy. So it's not as crazy as it was on GDAX. So, my speculation on this is, it's in beta. It's being tested. So the article that I read, can't remember when it was, a while back. That article came true, and what MIT was building is they're just putting it into beta to see if it would work. But we could see it fully take over after the beta test, and they fix the code and fix the kinks. But that's scary. It is scary. So I mean, trading against computers is tough. They can control that price. And the best thing to do is, once they start controlling the price on the downside, I mean, they're going to control it on the downside for a while and get it to drop and drop and drop. And the best thing to do is not to catch that falling knife as they're dropping it. And but when they decide to turn it around to the upside, they're going to continuously turn it around to the upside. So you're not going to catch the bottom, but you might get in, $2 over, depending how bad they're controlling it. So those are bets I'm going to be looking for going forward, depending on how bad it gets infested. Because once the bots start to run it up, I'll get in with them and try to get out, before they even start to drop it. I'm not going to catch the top on the way out, but I'll be happy with the profits. So if I see them start to run it up, I'll hop on the ride, and then I'll sell, and they'll still continue to run it up, and then they'll run it down, and then I'll hop back on when they decide to run it up. You just got to play the trend with them. If you can't beat them, join them. That's my philosophy. We're not going to beat them, so at least we can join them. I don't know what you guys think about that. Oh man, Kyle, I'm sorry. I'm just getting to these messages for some reason. Let's see what you're saying. I want un. So bad I can't find an exchange. No, dude, I can't find an exchange either that has it. Price of it if it's not on an exchange. Yeah, I'd be curious to find out where you'd be able to see the price, because it has to be traded if there's a price for it. And the chat is quiet, so I'm hoping you guys can hear me. Somebody shoot me a message if you can. Video, audio, okay. Perfect. Thank you for notifying me. I appreciate that. But yeah, not much going on with Ether. Not much at all. I should maybe exited out of both positions at the 45. But I thought I would catch the 4102 and then, kind of lower my average to 43. And then on the upswing again, get out at close to 45. And let me see, just learning stuff for tomorrow's exam. What's your exam in? And I'm assuming you're in college. Let's take a look let's see if my crypto watch is going to work. So, I mean, as we can see from this trend line, somewhat flatline, at least up to the $43. And the bots are here, really control day one, not more. They saw what was going on day one. He came up a little bit. I was like, but yeah, Coinbase bots really disappeared off the board because I'm looking at GDAX to place a trade. And then all of a sudden,